Agricultural breakout session. Glad to see all the folks who decided to come from the forestry side. I know that forestry is a huge hot topic as well, recently. And so I would like to take this time to introduce Lindsay Gooker and Rachel Colchin, who will be doing this presentation. They fully intended to be here in person, but they are on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevada mountains, and even though this is a warmer storm, they still shut down the pass. So we're super grateful for them to be joining us virtually. And then Lindsay and Rachel, can you hear me well?
Yes, there's a bit of an echo, but I think once we're speaking, it will go away.
Perfect, awesome. And so I'm going to kind of be the liaison, and I'm also going to try to keep us on time for time. This is planned to go till 10:35, so at about 10:25-ish. I'm gonna, if you're still presenting, I'm going to have you guys stop presenting so that way anyone in the room or anyone in the virtual land can ask questions. And I will keep us muted while you guys are presenting so that way there is not that echo or any feed for you. So without further ado, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay, and together with Rachel Colchin, we will be presenting on agriculture in the Eastern Sierra, focused on scaling impact, not acreage. I'd like to start with a big thank you to the Mother Lode job training team for bringing us in to present and participate virtually. We're really excited to be here. And today, I will share a bit about my work as a farm designer and resilient food system planner. I am a project manager at Farmer D Consulting, a nationally recognized firm that designs farms and farm-based communities across the country. I'm also the founder of Plana Planning and Design, a regionally rooted planning studio serving farms and communities here in the Eastern Sierra. I will be sharing some practices and principles learned from a diverse array of projects and a systems design framework for practical application here in the Eastern Sierra. So my design approach addresses projects through holistic design. I look at the land, the people, and the project's purpose as one living system, with the goal of creating farms that are ecologically regenerative, economically viable, and socially connected. I use resilient land planning to ensure that farms remain productive and adaptive over time. Resilient land planning makes use of the following principles. Beginning with diversity, this principle guides resilience through diverse production systems that make up a diverse agroecology. So in that system, we build in diverse revenue streams that can weather fluctuations in the market, and these are all supported by diverse human perspectives and participation. So stewardship follows that. This is really the foundation for long-lasting farms. Learning from those who have tended the land for generations, we can steward the land such that it ensures farms can adapt to change over time. And farms that are connected to their surroundings are key, from participating in the local economy to creating connections between a community and where their food comes from. Through these connections, the farms are functionally suited to the landscape and grounded in systems that the land can sustain. So I'll share some lessons learned from designing farms at all scales, from coast to coast. So I work on a variety of projects, everything from small-scale homesteads up to many thousand-acre ranches, and I work with a diverse array of people with different goals. So really where we start is always with a clear vision. So this will be the North Star to guide future decisions and drive the impact of the farm. So whether the vision is to create a lasting family legacy project, an educational farm, or even an agri-hood community, the vision must be clear from the start. Working with natural systems means that listening and observation come first in the design process. Through this, we build a deep understanding of the place, and from there we can design what is to come. So we're observing water patterns, soil, wind, microclimates, and how the people already use the land. And I've had the privilege of designing a variety of different agroecosystems, from tropical Puerto Rico to high elevation Utah to subtropical southeast up to the Midwest, and arid California really receiving under 6 inches of rain a year to the northeast, and with a short growing season and harsh winters. So in each of these settings, there is a different design approach that's possible, and the lesson is the same every time. There is no one size fits all template. The land tells us what's possible, and our job is to respond thoughtfully. So importantly, economic diversity is really key to resilience. So by building in diverse products and services, a farm can weather changing markets. An example here is Fox Point Farms. This is an agri-hood community project in San Diego. In this semi-urban context, the farm is integrating into a housing community and includes a farm-to-table restaurant, market, brewery and coffee roaster, wellness programming and events. They're really doing it all. And having these all connected to the farm really grounds those offerings to the place and creates a really welcoming and warm environment. It also builds in, importantly, economic diversity, so many different revenue streams coming into that farm. So in a more rural context, we've designed farms that include venues for weddings or farm stays as additional supporting revenue streams to the farmers. Next, we design for partnerships and learning. This is really important because it builds on generational knowledge and then openly shares the successes on the farm and empowers the next generation, invites others to learn about their local food system. Through educational programming on the farm, we often include and welcome the community to learn about the farming practices and really celebrate their local food. So designing for partnerships that are mutually beneficial weaves the farm deeply into the fabric of the community in a lasting way. We design farms to grow over time. We employ a feedback loop of testing with small-scale versions of the final operations and then learn from those test plots to build the farm over time. So through this process, we can see what works well and then expand to full scale. By growing over time, we are always looking for ways to scale impact. So an example is a beautiful farm in northern New York that was historically used as a potato research plot and has very depleted soils from year-over-year monoculture production. We're currently liming and cover cropping the soils in year 1, followed by adaptive multi-paddock grazing in year 2 to revitalize the soil over time so we can eventually support a diversity of farming methods and perform an educational farm and create an educational farm for local students and community members. So now bringing it home to the Eastern Sierra context, we have a longstanding legacy of land stewardship in the region. Agriculture in our community has been defined and confined by limited private land ownership. This land tenure structure amounts to 95% of the land being publicly owned and only 2% of agricultural land being privately owned. This map depicts the land holdings in the region with private holdings in white. As you can see, these are very much overshadowed by the other land holdings. So the Bureau of Land Management is indicated in orange, U.S. Forest Service in green, and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power in purple. And of note, you might see in pink the national parks as well. So in addition to this context, we have limited rainfall. For example, in Bishop, California, we receive on average less than 6 inches of rain per year, and most of our precipitation in the region comes in the form of snow. So while we have an abundant water source for irrigation in the form of the Sierra snowpack, we have limited local control over our water as it is diverted via aqueduct to Southern California. Now we can zoom out and look at the Eastern Sierra food system as a whole. So less than 5% of what we produce is actually eaten here locally, and we import roughly 98% of our food. So Inyo County residents, for example, spend about $105 million a year on food. In both Inyo and Mono counties combined, local agriculture output is around $35 million per year, and most of that is in the form of alfalfa and cattle that leave the region. So only about 12% of local farms sell directly to consumers, and at the same time, we have 54% of low-income families in Inyo County that are food insecure. So taken together, it is clear that there is a massive gap. From our perspective, these numbers paint a picture of opportunity for increased impact. So we have land, albeit primarily leased from public ownership. We have producers, and we have community need, and a huge opportunity to redesign our farms and food system so more of that value stays here to feed our own communities. So in this context, we are seeing a movement to relocalize the agricultural economy. There's a growing demand for local food and agritourism. The opportunities we see here is to grow farms that can scale impact, not acreage. And we have a beautiful example in Blue Heron Farm this is a farm that can make an impact in our local community. I have been fortunate enough to work with Rachel of Blue Heron Farm to support her vision of a high impact farm on small scale acreage. This is an early phase map that we have developed of the farm with all of its diversity and abundance, and we are excited to share that vision with you. And I'll pass it over to Rachel to share her vision.
Hey everyone, gosh, it's Lindsay. I'm so stoked to be here. I'm Rachel Fulchen, farmer at Blue Heron Farm, and yeah, we're going to dive into some of the, for us, on-ground proof that of what Lindsay was talking about. It definitely applies here. Farming in the Eastern Sierra, I guess my goal and mission is to prove that it is not only vital, when Lindsay talked about all the numbers going on, but it is also viable. And that's really, that's close to my heart, being a farm owner, but also if we're ever going to encourage the next generation to step into farming, we have to prove that there is space to make that viable. A little bit of history. This is our first season with Blue Heron Farm. Absolutely incredible. And closing out on the first season, it's pretty, it's been just such an incredible journey. But it actually started, I have a degree in agroecology from UC Santa Cruz. In my 20s, I went around and traveled quite a bit and was working remotely actually as a graphics designer, and then ended up landing about 10 years ago in Bishop, California, which is my favorite place on the planet. But what really got me back into agriculture is during COVID, kind of in that spring, like before we really knew what was going on. I was sitting on my back porch and I was going, what the heck can I do? And I knew that I could grow food. So we were renting this small little house in the Bishop area. I ripped up a little bit of the backyard and I went ahead and planted a garden. And from that garden, the first year, we fed 6 families. And it became what I called my underground black market CSA off of my living room floor. And it was a pretty incredible time to have that connection with these 6 families. And at the end of the season, my neighbor looked over the fence and was just like, oh my gosh, Rach, your garden is beautiful. I have this small little plot on mine. Do you want to come use it? And then fast forward 4 years, I had 8 plots around town. I had 25 families, a wait list so long I couldn't keep track of it. And then this year, the next chapter happened, which means that we took over the largest human food producing farm in the region. 10 acres. So when we talk about scaling impact, not acreage, this is exactly what we're getting to at the heart of it. So how much impact can we make with this 10 acres? I'm pretty excited about the possibility. To me, small scale does not mean marginal. It means smart, nimble, and connected. And that's really important because we are always adapting. And kind of some of the philosophies, for me, I believe that the best technology in agriculture is biology. And so we farm with nature, not against it. And these are some of the principles that I think these are like maybe the top 7 principles that we follow at the farm. First, we want to minimize as much soil disturbance as we can. For us, I believe that farming, I farm soil and plants are just a byproduct. So really everything for me is about soil. Keeping the disturbance down, also keeping soil covered, cover crop, mulches, leaf litter, living roots, all of those things are really important to protecting our soils. Maximizing plant diversity. Diversity is definitely king in all areas of the farm. Crop rotations, polycultures, hedgerows. If you're picking a cover crop, how many species can you fit into that cover crop? That's always a question that I'm asking myself. The more complex the system, actually I feel like the more it balances itself out, eventually. Being a little crazy in the beginning. Integrating animals is really, really important. I can't think of a natural system that just has plants. So animals are really important. Rotational grazing, they're a biological input for us, which is especially important because we're trying to reduce our synthetic inputs on the farm. So their manure is very, very important to us. Also compost teas, cover crops, beneficial insects all help us reduce our synthetic inputs. Of course, Lindsay mentioned there's only 6 inches of rainfall a year. So water stewardship is very, very important to us, and working on building really efficient irrigation systems. And then the next one, which is really important, is community and culture. Land health and community health are inseparable. So our mission at the farm is to teach, to get people involved, to inspire curiosity, that's huge, and to create access to good food. But the question is, how do we scale small-scale farming? And for me, the answer is by multiplying farmers. The only way that we're going to be able to multiply farmers is if ecological health and financial viability are part of one system. Because one without the other is not going to be resilient or sustainable. So, and a resilient farm stands on many roots. So sort of going back to what Lindsay was talking about in terms of diversified income streams is really important, because if you just farm potatoes and then you have a bad potato year, you got trouble really quick. So for us, CSA, farm stand, wholesale, value-added products, agritourism and events, education, farmers markets, these are all roots to our farm and really important in resilience of the farm going forward. Some of them are direct connections to eaters, others are leaning into our volume buyers. Some, agritourism and events aren't reliant on weather. We can do those in terms of you can't have a crop failure. It's not going to ruin your wedding. So that's it's an important stream for sure. Education, also very important. And then value-added products, anything we can do. The property, the farm is 10 acres. We have about 1,000 fruit trees on that farm. Anything we can do to extend the shelf life of the produce is very, very helpful for us. And to me, this is how we scale, with impact, not acreage. But to keep small farms viable, we need policy that supports small farms as infrastructure. And when we have that, I believe community resilience follows. One of the things that even in the last few years, Lindsay talks about all of the food that is or all the crops that are exported from here aren't consumed here. There are 3 ways into Bishop, north 395, south 395, and the 6. And within the last few years, I've seen them blocked off because of avalanches and mudslides, all of them at once blocked off twice, just in the last, gosh, I want to say 5 years. And when you think about bonds holds about 2 to 4 days worth of produce, that's definitely not a resilient community system for us if we don't have the ability to produce our own food here. Some of the things that small farms need are lower barriers to water efficient and renewable infrastructure. We need streamlined value-added regulations, and definitely we need flexible zoning codes. We need more access to farm education and apprenticeships for new farmers coming in. We need easier access to grants and capital, reduce barriers to building new infrastructure. Also, we need access to land, and we definitely need to de-risk innovation. And everyone here has a role. When you everybody sitting in the audience, like whether you're a producer, a community member, an institution, or a policymaker, you have a role in making this possible. Producers, we got to innovate. We have to share our knowledge. Community, we need you to buy local, and we need you to celebrate local. And institutions, we got to help start educating that next generation of farmers, providing more education to us who are already farming. We never stop learning. And we need to promote local sourcing and support the next generation of farmers. Policymakers in the room, we need you to prioritize supporting farms as critical infrastructure. Because we really need to change that cultural narrative. And we need to start believing that farming is not only vital, but viable.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We are very happy to be here and would welcome any questions. We've shared a little bit about our perspective here on the east side and would welcome any other perspectives in the room and would love to hear if you have any questions for us.
Okay. First off, thank you both so much. Rachel, Lindsay, I mean, I've gotten a chance to actually go out and see Blue Heron Farms and be on site. And I mean, for everyone in the room, if you have not seen this, it is literally a oasis in the middle of the desert, right? Like you just like, no, like, I mean, like literally it's just sagebrush and barren land, and then all of a sudden just lush green, you know, you can tell that there's clearly water. And one of the things that stuck with me during the tour when I was out there, Rachel, is that you said, I sell water. Sometimes it just looks like an onion, sometimes it looks like a pear, right? And so that's why when you say, you know, vital and viable, right, the thing that makes it viable is the access to that water. And so now that we're off mute and everyone's back together, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Does anyone in the room have any questions that they would like to ask the team here on the screen? Yes, we have a question over here. If you could come up a little bit closer just to ask the question. One, so that they can see you, and then two, so that they can hear you. And if you could also let them know who you are.
Yes, I'm Frank Lashetzi. I'm with Volcano Communications Group. And my question is for Lindsay. Lindsay, when you design a property, how do you plan to implement broadband in the production of the property and also the retail aspects of it? Any other mixture of businesses that would go into that property. And I'd like to hear from you the importance of broadband, both wireless and fiber optic, as far as the success of the property you're developing.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for your question. This very much depends on the context of the property, whether there is existing service network or not. I believe that in our modern world, having farms that are connected to the internet is very critical so that they can be in close communication with their participants, with their vendors, with their clients, with their customers. So making sure that those farms can stay connected and have access to the internet is absolutely critical. The process to get that to the farms is very much contingent on where the project is. On the east side, there have been huge efforts to make broadband available. I think we are well on our way on the east side to having most farms connected. I think there's only a few who have yet to have that connection, but yeah, I think it's very much site and place dependent.
So
I would also love to just throw in there that in terms of innovating and to have producers, like there's so much amazing technology in data collecting that is all done online. So I think that there should definitely be a large push to trying to implement these technologies into the farm system.
So do you find the fiber network that was called Digital 395, has that been supplying your connectivity?
No, but please send it my way. I would absolutely be very stoked. Yeah, we do. We at the house we used to in, we were able to tap into that, but where we currently are, there isn't any cable that's laid up to Wilkerson. But gosh, I'd be stoked when that happens.
And as far as production actually on the property or the fields, the growing fields, do you see a movement toward advanced technology being used in the form of wireless sensor networks to monitor water and other conditions in the ground, give real-time information? Is that something you're moving toward?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah. Next question. Would you mind coming on up so that they can hear and see you real quick? Sorry for this, virtual hybrid dance.
Hi, I'm Justine with Chicken Ranch Travel Farm. I'm the farm lead there. It's nice to meet you. You had a great presentation. I have been in the ag farming world for 10 plus years now and traveled all over like you. And I have never been to a farm that was viably financially stable without overworking their farmers, paying their farmers minimum wage, or relying on grants. I have searched high and low throughout the country trying to find a farm that promotes fair wage and also can support themselves. Are you willing to share your financial spreadsheets to show that you can achieve that, and are you doing that?
Well, year one, we're not there yet, but let's connect in a few years. And as we make progress, my goal is, I said, call the producers, we have to share knowledge. My goal is to document that and actually share that knowledge. So.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to recruit people into this field when sometimes you start off at below minimum wage, and how to get access for all for local food when local food is valued at way more than what they find in the produce store. So how do we connect people who are on SNAP or low income to a food source that is of the most premium, because we're trying to pay people what they mean and what they're valued for in the market. So if you ever come up with that solution, I would love to have that shared with us.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of SNAP, actually, we're signed up to be able to provide those connections next year, which I'm pretty excited about. Our application is already in. And there is a nonprofit that helped me work through that process. I'm gonna have to remember the name of it, but I can send that to someone, and hopefully, or you could reach out on our website, and I'd be happy to connect you with that nonprofit.
Thank you.
Next question. No more questions? More questions? Don't be shy. Come on up.
Hi, yes, good morning. And my name's Anna Mariscal. I'm based out of Amador Resource Conservation District, and I'm coordinating collaborative across Alpine Watershed Group, Amador Resource Conservation District, Calaveras County Resource Conservation District, and Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District to build out resources for natural and working lands and climate resilient agriculture. And my question isn't necessarily just for yourselves, but I think the group at large, just a question I have is that I've been trying to figure out for local food system resiliency. It's how do we make local food systems resilient when our communities are subjected to sometimes an inconsistent market to sell into. That's one thing that I find is a huge struggle I feel in this Central Sierra region with second home ownership and Airbnbs, and the town I live in, 30% of the homes are second homes, 30% of the homes are Airbnb, and 30% of us actually live there full time. And there's no local market that can stay open for us. So, and our farmers markets only run for about 7-8 months out of the year. So and quite a few of the producers I work with actually take their products and go to the Sacramento Valley to sell them. And so my question is, and then, you know, and it's not so much that it's like, I'd love to hear how, Lindsay, you know, things like that you're taking into consideration into how you're designing your farm. And, you know, I'd love to hear, and I apologize, the lady with blue hair, and Rachel, like kind of how, if that's something you're dealing with and how you're factoring that into that. And just like from this group, since we're all here collectively, like would love to hear some thoughts on like opportunities for collaboration and because scaling out resilient local food systems, climate resilient local food systems, you know, that market is so critical to actually stabilizing that work. And then my other question as well is, having been a producer myself and having worked on small diversified farms and interacting with other producers, is small diversified farms, you have to hold so much knowledge, and that's where I see people transitioning. And like Justine was saying about how, you know, is it like sustainable for the workers themselves? Is it sustainable for the farmer themselves to be doing that level of work and to be running all these diversified aspects to your operation? And that's where I see people actually moving towards away from diversified, because they can have more managing less products requires less diversified tools and less diversified knowledge and less diversified staff in order to do that. So again, to me, that's another huge issue with us scaling small scale diversified farms. Not that I don't think they're beautiful, and I love working on them and I love being a part of them and I love the community aspect of it, but very much like Justine was saying, is like, from my time now of working in farming, and my family are dairy farmers down in Nipomo, California, is that it's just in the long term it's not sustainable, and people end up transitioning out of it in order to sustain themselves physically and mentally. And just, you know, again, it's not coming from a place of judgment, but ideas of like, what are our thoughts on this?
Quick interjection. We do have 2 minutes left before we end this session. No worries, no worries. I just want to make sure that we don't leave off on a cliffhanger.
No, understood. That was a lot that I threw out there. Sorry, guys.
Let me just jump in on the last one really fast. That is such, as the farmer, that is such a fair question, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think what I'm doing is I am learning that I can't do all this myself. I don't want to do all this myself. So this is where the community, like the building a community around this. For example, like the weddings and the events, I'm not going to be responsible for those. So I'm going to give up some power to someone else who thrives in that environment and who loves to do that, and I'm going to collaborate. The education part of the farm, that's not where I super thrive. So I'm going to find someone who loves to work with kids and who loves doing that, and I'm going to collaborate. I think the problem with farmers is that we're stubborn, and a lot of times we struggle with giving up control a little bit, and we're like, okay, if we're going to do this, then I'm going to have to do this. But I think actually opening up the farm to be much more of a community space is a way that right now I'm looking at solving that problem. And really leaning on collaborations to fuel this versus just me, myself.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Lindsay. So I'm sorry to like end it right here, right now, but I want to keep us on time because we started to get a little bit behind time earlier, and I want to get us back on track. So I'd like to give a round of applause to Lindsay and Rachel. And then secondarily to that, right, the thing is that a lot of times once we leave a session, right, we feel inspired, we have some sort of inspiration, we feel there's connection between what it is that we heard in a session, and it hits us afterwards, right? So I want you to think of Mother Lode Job Training as that connective tissue. So if you want to get in contact with Lindsay, you want to get in contact with Rachel, you want to, have a meeting, you want to continue the conversation going forward, learn best practices, do networking, just reach out to us and we will be happy to get you connected. We are moving and transitioning into a 10-minute break right now. So from 10:35 to 10:45, you're on a break, free to go, get some coffee, get some pastries, use the restroom, whatever it is you feel like you'd like to do. And then we're coming back to breakout sessions. So over in the main room, we have the natural and working lands breakout session. Over back in here, we have the agricultural breakout session with, Mackenzie from UCA&R. So agriculture back here, natural and working lands over there. Thank you, everyone. Look forward to seeing you again in the next session.
Thank you guys so much.
We can see that we have a lot of returning ag customers for this session here. We are going to get started. I want to keep us on a good time schedule here. We're going to do about 20 minutes of presentation, about 10 minutes of questions, Q&A. And so I'd like to introduce Mackenzie Patton from UCANR, based out of Placerville, who's going to speak with us today about integrated pest management and foothill crop production. So without further ado, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Just out of curiosity, who is familiar with UC Cooperative Extension? Okay, so almost everybody. So I just want to give that a quick rundown. Basically, the federal and state give funding to the UC system to provide a liaison between the university, research, and the agricultural production. And so I am a cooperative extension advisor in our counties. I cover El Dorado all the way down to Tuolumne. And there's a couple other advisors in our area. There's a woody mass advisor. Dan Macon is a livestock advisor. There's Hardeep Singh, who's also a local food systems advisor. And I think and Scott Minetto, and he's based out of Amador. We all have different offices, but we cover this region, and we're here to help growers in any way that they need help. We're a free resource because we get federal and state funding to supply help to producers. So just wanted to give that little pitch, make sure everyone knew where we were. So we're just going to be talking about what integrated pest management is and how our unique landscape will play into that plant production. And I'm going to focus on plant production because that's my background. So what is integrated pest management? Integrated pest management is an ecosystem-based strategy that focuses on sustainable long-term prevention of pests with using a combination of techniques that minimize human and environmental risks. In general, this is considered to be a cycle, kind of starting off with prevention, the idea of putting the right plants in the right location, thinking about where you're going to put them, making sure that your soil and your water are appropriate for that plant. Then we move into, if you do have a pest problem or a disease problem, making sure you identify it correctly, and this has to go into play because the management strategies may vary drastically depending on the different species or types. Then it goes into monitoring. There's different ways you can do this. There's physical traps, there's weed counts, there's monitoring of the weather to know when to spray for diseases or if to spray for diseases. Then there goes into what we call the decision making or the action threshold. So this is where you know the limit, the amount of damage that's acceptable or not, and when you reach that limit, that's when you start implementing maybe other pest management strategies as opposed to the base level. And so there's a lot of different, that decision making step will trigger whether or not you go to the action phase. In the action phase, there's a ton of different types of integrated pest management strategies that exist for growers, which we'll go into in a second. And those are actual actions that you can take to prevent pest damage. And then finally, to bring it all back around, anytime you do any sort of pest management strategy, or really honestly on the farm, anytime you do anything different, you should evaluate, see how that did. Was that beneficial? Did it reduce pests? Did it increase yield? That kind of thing. This is a huge step in the IPM process because without evaluating, who knows how well that technique that you applied or employed was useful or not. So I mentioned there's a lot of different types of tactics. So this is what's called the tactics pyramid. Starting off, the idea is to start at the base and implement from the bottom up, in which way you're reserving more impactable, potentially impactful products like chemical products. You're reserving that for if you have severe outbreaks or you're going to have economic losses that will impact your bottom line, so you might want to implement those chemical choices. So some examples, I mentioned prevention. Again, this is making sure that your water source is appropriate. You don't have anything weird going on in your water. It has to do with making sure you're taking proper horticultural care in terms of any amendments to the soil and that nature. Cultural is things like crop rotation and sanitation, cleaning up mummies, cleaning up crop mummies that are left over, cleaning up crop debris so that they don't harbor diseases for the next year. Then we have mechanicals such as pruning and mowing. The next step is biological. This includes any biocontrols that are microorganism based, like applying beneficial microbes to prevent disease, or using natural enemies like parasitoids, which can cut down on the pests that you might be experiencing. And then, like I said, lastly, you reserve chemical use for only when it's necessary for you not to have complete crop loss. So we're going to move into why are the Sierras different? Why is this area different? Just a little bit about, we all know the Sierra. This is mainly about the foothill areas on the west side, obviously, because that's what that map is. That was defined by the California Forest Pest Control. That's the Sierra foothills ADA, which ADAs are determined by the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms government agency, that they're wine regions. So one of the first things that makes the foothills different is we have microclimates. Microclimates can drastically change from a very short distance as compared to when you're farming somewhere that's flat and at a stable elevation. So the biggest fluctuation is from elevation, but of course there's directional slopes, the wind patterns and how the wind drainage of the area. There are human structures that will go into play that will either could make a place warmer if you have more man-made structures, as well as trees can provide wind blocks, messing with that wind pattern, which can really affect microclimates in our region. So here's just some examples of microclimates that do exist. In the foothills, we have a lot of water sources nearby. There are reservoirs or drain swells. They might be creeks or rivers. Obviously, water is one of those things that temperate. The temperature, it either can make it stay slightly warmer or stay slightly cooler. And that's because water has a what's called a high specific heat. So it takes a lot of energy to change the temperature of water. So water can be like a buffer. So the closeness to water on your property can adjust the microclimate that you might experience in terms of temperature as well as obviously humidity. One of the most obvious ones is the north-south facing slopes. Most everyone knows south facing slopes, way more sun. You're going to want sun-loving plants there. And then one that's very specific to the foothills is the valleys and the frost pocket sinks. So you get air drainage down into these sinks, and the warm air is moving up because that's what warm air does. And so when you get this inversion, there'll be what's called a thermal belt, where this area is actually warmer. But then here, because all that warm air rose up and all the cold air sunk in, is where you get frost pockets. And so when ultimately the important concept with microclimates is it's gonna change in effect where certain plants can and can't be planted. These are just examples. We're gonna kind of go into a little overall example. Let's say this is your land, south-facing slope, north-facing slope. So on that south-facing slope that gets more sun, maybe we'll put in some olives. There's gonna be good drainage down. Olives can handle that heat, and they're not at a risk for freezing. Valley has that freezing point, and so you want to put something that's a little more frost tolerant. Grapes tend to be more frost tolerant, but as some of you may know, we have had some pretty bad frost with grapes, so you still might have to implement techniques to minimize frost, such as movement of air, like putting a wind turbine in, or something like that in a certain situation for your grapes. And then lastly, let's say we put on that north-facing slope apples, because apples have a lot of variety like their varieties have a lot of variability, and they tend to be more cold tolerant. They can do well on that north-facing slope, but there are some varieties that may mature quicker or earlier in the season, which might be necessary because if they're getting less sun, it might take them longer to mature. So you need something that ripens earlier so that it's ripe in time for harvest before the end of the year. So this is just one example of how microclimate will change where and how crops are going to be put in. Now the good thing is, our area, we grow a lot of specialty crops, which a specialty crop is just high value crops grown on small acreage. So generally speaking, it's not like corn that's mass produced, right? That's not considered a high value crop, or wheat is not considered a high value crop. Now the good thing is, specialty crops thrive in niche microclimates. Some examples of this, lavender and figs, while they do, they're a little sensitive to frost, they do really well in our more rocky soils, and they have good drainage, which can be good for those south-facing slopes in areas where maybe the soil is not too deep, so you can't put something that needs deep soil, but figs and lavender will do great there. Blueberry is a good example. They like cold tolerant, they're very cold tolerant, and they like acidic soils, which depending on your elevation, if you have got a lot of pine trees, you have acidic soil. And then lastly, like I mentioned, apples are a good one just because they need some amount of cold time, which a lot of our areas in the foothills have some cold. But there's a lot of variability in the individual varieties that need certain aspects to thrive. So you can find a variety that will thrive in your area. Okay, very quickly we'll talk a little bit about watersheds and how our watersheds will make irrigation and crop production different than, say, in the valley. So real quick, what is a watershed? It's literally just all of the water, all of the land in an area where the water in that area will drain into one place. So it covers not just the actual bodies of water, but all of the areas around that are going to drain into those. These are just some examples in our area. Now the difference that we have is we have a lot of watersheds in general, right? Because we're up a little bit higher in the mountains, so there's a lot of different water sources and supplies. So this is kind of a little bit of a difference between a valley and Sierra foothill water production, or water source, right? And why watersheds are important is because you need to know your source. You need to know if you have something weird in your water, which for the most part we don't, because we've got a lot of good water sources for the most part. You need to know if you're getting it well, if you're on a city municipal sources, of course flood risk, and then a lot of watersheds and municipalities will have certain environmental regulations that go into, like, for example, a setback of a certain distance from any water source. So just some of the big differences. One of the big differences is because we have more slopes, that means the water is going to go down quicker, which means, because gravity's pulling it down, which means the substrates and soils and rocks are going to get pulled more, so you have higher erosion risk. And that also means you're going to get sediment deposition, varying sediment deposition at those bottom areas where it's gathering. So a couple of reasons why this is important in plant production: nutrient and pesticide runoff. So again, because that water's going down with gravity, it's going to be pulled more quickly, and this can cause any agricultural input, whether it be manure, whether it be natural manure, whether it be synthetic manure, whether it be a pesticide, it's going to get, let's say you put some on your corn here, it's going to move more quickly down the soil and into water supplies, which is bad. The nutrient runoff can cause things like algae blooms and disrupt those microorganisms in water. So one of the ways that people combat this is they have these buffer strips of natural plants, and those natural plants will pick up that excess fertilizer runoff. And so one of the big differences between here and the valley is we have a higher risk of causing surface runoff contamination, so we can cause the local streams and things to have more contamination. Versus in the valley, they have groundwater contamination because all of their stuff sinks into those aquifers. And so a lot of their pooled water that they're pulling out of the ground tends to have more contamination issues than we do. But we can cause ecological problems with the runoff going down all of our small creeks and rivers. And again, this affects the runoff and the erosion risk, and this just, again, has to go with that speed pulling down. And as I mentioned, it can cause this varying composition, which we'll talk about in a second. So just some examples of things that people might have to implement in order to deal with this erosion risk and the runoffs are terracing, low to no-till farming because tilling increases erosion risk, and we're using buffer strips like I mentioned. So the terracing really just slows that water down, so you're not pulling the soil as quickly. We'll talk very briefly again about terrain. Cool, thank you. So in general, our soils are more shallow and they have less subsoil and surface soil components to them. Now, the downside is this, it's shallow, it's more shallow, so if you have things that need the deep soil, it's a little bit harder. Another downside is there's variability over short ranges, and of course that higher erosion risk. Now the upside is we generally don't have salinity or waterlogging issues. Now this is a caveat because there's variability, so some of those areas, some of the soil types might have some waterlogging issues, but salinity is hardly ever an issue in our area. The other part that is nice is because we have this variability in soil types, the difference in particle size minimizes the compaction that will happen. And so when you have different compositions that make it up, it's not going to get compressed down and compact, which means that it'll be easier for plants to break up the soil and grow. And then because it's not that deep, it's not as deep and it's variable, there's sometimes there are lower pest pressures because pests won't take over giant swaths of an area. So this is just an example. So I picked 5,000 acres in, I think it's like South El Dorado County, or no, and 5,000 acres in San Joaquin, sorry. You can see San Joaquin, there's 47% of something, of this soil type, and this is from the USDA Web Soil Survey, which I'll have as a resource, but 47% of this one type, 35% of this other type. This is 5,000 acres, just randomly picked in El Dorado County. This is its soil composition.
Oh, thanks.
So 5,000 acres is a big amount that I picked there, but you can see it's a lot of different, and most of it's a few percentages. I think there's like a 25, there's a 24% here. That's like the biggest, but it's very variable over a certain distance, which can make deciding what to put where more challenging. All right. Lastly, you have environmental and sustainability factors. Pest pressures will differ, and this can be a good thing in many ways. I would say it's a better thing than it is a downside, because large-scale industrial valley production, they may have more outbreaks of certain diseases because they have monolithic monocultures across large distances, which could cause these diseases and outbreaks more often. Another caveat that we have is a lot of pests and diseases won't survive over the winter, especially in some of the places that get colder. Now, the downside is we often have more issues with wildlife, and it's funny, I know sapsuckers are much more, they're still a small problem, but they're much more of a problem here than they are down in the valley. And of course, deer are a problem if you don't have deer fence. And bear are really funny because I've had grape growers tell me that bears have a particular favorite type of grape. They like Movedra grapes, apparently. And then of course, mountain lions are a problem if you have livestock. And then lastly, our culture of sustainability is different. So this is a survey of Amador that I did in Amador with growers. And we all know that like the US culturally has shifted to more sustainable practices. And when I asked the growers how to describe their management practices, so 75% of them were sustainable. And what that just means is a lot of them do the best they can to be organic, but they're not certified. One, because it's expensive, and only about a quarter of them consider themselves conventional. So I think that's important for everyone to know moving forward when it comes to how they're marketing and how policies will play into management practices. So just tying it all together, microclimates affect where certain plants or varieties may be planted. We have a lot of water sources, but we have to be careful at what we put into our systems because of those runoff risks. Our soils, are shallow, and that can affect, and because they're variable, it can affect the efficacy of agricultural inputs, because some things hold on to clay particles much better, and so if you have more clay or you have less clay, it may change how well whatever product is that you're putting in. Of course, the seasonality and severities may shift due to elevation. You might start seeing things earlier or later, depending on where you're at. And culturally, our markets are more sustainable. So all of this goes into play when it comes to the policies that affect growers. So I know, for example, the state has required growers to get their wells tested, and a lot of my growers have complained about that. But it's because in the Central Valley, they were getting their well waters tested, and they were coming back with high ammonia levels because of water runoff. And so it's interesting how the differences between our agriculture, we get affected by sometimes the policies that are applied for the rest of agriculture, even if they don't necessarily apply to us. So it's important to know these so that you can speak up for your policymakers in your area. Just a couple of resources, obviously RCDs, which I know the Amador RCD person, but we'll be talking later. UCIPM is one of the programs that I work for. So it is Integrated Pest Management under the UC Agricultural and Natural Resources umbrella. And then that's just where you can get that web soil survey, and they have it for everywhere. You just plug in an address and they'll give you an estimate of the type of soil you have. There's my contact, and yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'd love to field.
4 minutes for questions.
Sweet.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, any questions? I know it's a lot of stuff, but just want to reiterate, me and the other UCCE advisors are more than happy to field questions any of the time if you have questions. My background is disease and pest management. So I studied insects and plant diseases, but we have expertise throughout. So, yes.
Do you make site visits?
We do.
And I just reach out to you for that?
Yep. Yeah.
Do you connect farmers with the product that you are going to recommend? Like if you recommend a biological product, can you help farmers source that and they know what they need?
We can tell you sources of it. Generally, we try to focus on saying an active ingredient, so we might tell you this biological product, but maybe not the trade name. And that's just because we're state, so we try not to point to one product or another. But we will tell you the active ingredient. Yes.
To kind of piggyback off of what you're saying, the Community Alliance of Family Farms.
Yes.
There is a lady she's actually currently on maternity leave, but she is an integrated pest management researcher for CAP. But they do grants specifically for like habitat restoration and pollinators, and that's where she really gets in as an advisor for IPM, so I think you can leverage Mackenzie, and then
I can also make those connections.
Yeah.
CAP. So CAP is really active in the Sacramento area, and I've been working with them. I just got approval for a grant with them for stone fruit, but I'm trying to bring them more out here because we have so many small. So it's Community Alliance with Family Farms, so it's all small farms focused, and we have so many, and because a lot of their staff, They do a lot of great work, but most of them are in the valley. So I've been trying to get them up into the foothills more. So that's definitely something I've been working with them on. We're also trying to get together almost like a new farm workshop. It's more like focused on management, irrigation management, pest management. Dan Macon is really good at like market information because he has his own, he does animal production, but he knows how to deal with like, farmers markets and things like that. So we've been trying to get resources for next year going for that. But yeah, CAF is a great resource. I should have thrown it on my resource slide. Any other questions?
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
Thanks.
So everyone, we have a short 10-minute break transition in between now and the agricultural panel. The ag panel will be in the main room. Everyone will be in the main room. There will not be a breakout session in this room. The agricultural panel will consist of Amanda Watson from the Amador RCD, Justine Campbell from Chicken Ranch Rancheria, and Sherry Brennan from the Cattlemen's Association. So please join us over there for the next session. And then from there, we will then transition into lunch. Thank you all for joining us.
Thanks, Joyce.
In Sacramento?
Yeah, I know I was facilitating this.
Okay. I just popped it on here.
I know this one.
Yeah.
Yes, I found it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your concern.
Oh, for some reason I saw her here and I'm like, yeah, I didn't even. It's like a Matrix thing for me. You've been to the Twilight Zone. What's happening?
No, actually, I'm
I'm glad you found it.
in the ag breakout.
What's up, Nettie?
Well, let's try those.
My laptop.
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, are we ready to get started?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our agricultural breakout session again. For those that don't know, my name is James Hansen. I work for Lode Job Training in Central Sierra Economic Development District. Happy to put this on. And so today's session is going to be with the Amador Resource Conservation District. And we have Amanda Watson and Anna Mariscal of the Amador Resource Conservation District, and they're going to be presenting on the Amador RCD. And so I'll be happy to turn it over to them to share what it is they have to share with us today.
Yeah, awesome. Well, again, yeah, my name is Amanda Watson. I work with the Amador Resource Conservation District. And today I'm actually wanting to give some background about what a resource conservation district is, what are our kind of core values, and some of our obstacles. But what I'm really hoping is that we can have a dialogue to hear back from y'all in the audience and have a conversation about those kind of similar topics for you guys, and that so we can start gathering some of that information as it relates to ag and ag regulations we've talked about, ag viability, and programs and projects that the resource conservation typically integrates with. So I'm going to have a couple of questions for you later. I have a couple of questions for you now. So I'm going to read you the questions for later so you can be kind of marinating on them as we move through the conversation. So one of them, the first one is, what is your core value that you believe is essential within agricultural and natural resource landscape here in the Central Sierra region? When engaging with projects and programs on that landscape, what do you believe is important in the delivery of that to you or to your community? And then what is a significant challenge that you encounter when working with agricultural landscape in the Central Sierra? So actually, Anna's going to pass out some stuff. We have pens if you want to be ruminating on that while we go through kind of what the RCD perspective on that is. So I have a question for you. In the room, can I have people raise their hands for the organization that they're part of or what they're associated, what brings them here today? Who in the room is a state agency? All right, we got two, great. Any local county government? All right. Any nonprofits? Awesome, awesome. Any producers? Bummer, okay, no producers. Any tribes? All right. Any other private sector things that I didn't cover? All right, talk to you earlier. Awesome. My follow-up question to that is, do any of you know what resource conservation districts are? Gonna get a show of hands, got two in the back. Frank.
Yes, I do.
Come on, buddy. All right, yeah, so I'm gonna just dive in a little bit of background of what a resource conservation district is. As you see, I don't have slides, this is our website. I really wanted this to be an active conversation instead of me running through some slides. So hopefully you guys are in the mindset after lunch to really have some conversation and dive into this stuff. So what a resource conservation district is, we are special districts of the government, which means we operate similar to like a fire department or a school district. Our boards are made up of local people that they have to actually live in the county, they have to be residents of the county in which they serve. They are sometimes voted in or appointed by the Board of Supervisors. They are pretty much mandated to have board meetings every week or every month. Every week, God, I would
Yikes.
jump off them. Most of them have meetings every month, and they are open to the public. You can go to their websites, check out their agendas, check out what's on there, and you can go and actually be part of that conversation. And I will tell you, in our region, a lot of these boards actually are wanting engagement, but the limited capacity to get out into the community, it's hard to do that. So if you do have something to bring to your RCD,
you know, you can check out the CARCD, California Association of Resource Conservation Districts website, carcd.org. Look up your local one, give me a call, and I can connect you to the point person. And their information's up there for you guys to check it out. It's all about transparency. They are a local district of the government, so they're held to those standards and want to do that. And so a little bit of background about resource conservation districts is that they were actually formed out of the Dust Bowl. When, you know, famously giant dust clouds coming towards Washington, D.C., and the idea was to have local representation for farming communities about protecting soil health and protecting those natural resources. So as a branch, these grassroots local districts of the government were formed, and then we had the Soil Conservation Service formed, which then turned into the Natural Resource Conservation Service that we have today. And with that change, you know, we had the focus on soil, and I would say that resource conservation districts and their mission has evolved past soil health, although soil health, as mentioned, you know, in a couple other of the panels, which I love, is like that is the lifeblood of what we're talking about. Water, soil health, all of that comes up. Really is the interconnectedness that brings all these programs together when you're talking about natural resources and farming and ranching and our communities. So that is kind of a brief history about RCDs. I do also want to say there are some RCDs that get tax base, but it's very rare in California. There are resource conservation districts across the country, and all of them operate really independently and very differently. And for the most part, that's a great thing because they come out of what's needed in their community. It's the goal. But with that, having no tax base and no formal form of getting funding, and also being held to all the standards of a special district, ours is entirely grant funded. Most are entirely grant funded, and so with that comes a lot of challenges on how do we put ourselves in as a consistent representative of our rural communities, and even in some other RCDs, non-rural communities, to represent natural and working lands. And so some of our challenges, like I mentioned, we're grant dependent. Another piece is that we have program constraints. Because we're grant dependent, a lot of what our priorities might be, or we talk about, we hear from the community, we have to figure out how to maneuver those to fit into state and federal goals, so that our deliverables, our grants always tie back to that. Every hour of our day has to tie back to how are we getting that grant delivered. So that wiggle room to engage with the community and do some of that stuff that we can't get grant funding for is limited. So that's a constraint, and it also comes down to the constraint of how do we engage with producers, as Anna mentioned, on more of a systems approach, when she mentioned on the panel, on more of a systems approach of how can we help these producers be more profitable, work within those the ecosystem constraints and the community constraints and financial constraints, when we're looking at our goals are implementing a best management practice. And in the past, that's really what we've been able to do. We provide assistance to do hedgerow planting. We get grants through the Healthy Soils Program, which is a state initiative, and we provide some technical assistance. We get about $60,000 over 3 years to help a producer through that process. Not a single producer, many producers. Say that, as many as we can, right?
Across 4 counties.
Across 4 counties. So we are, how do we meaningfully make that make sense to a producer that's honestly taking a risk with looking at how to implement those practices? And so making that technical assistance meaningful, and that serves the community at large and meets state goals. So that's a huge constraint. The other piece that I'd like to say is identity drift. And what I mean by that is when you're grant funded and you are constantly having to figure out how you're going to pay for next year, it is really challenging to make sure you continue to stay on mission when you have outside forces telling you what you need to be doing. So soil health has always been foundational to resource conservation districts. And now we're trying to figure out, well, making sure that we can stay on message with the state of climate resiliency and sustainability and all of those punchy words that come up, and kind of shifting ourselves around what our main goal is, which is ag viability and soil health. So, and figuring out how to stay consistent and connected to our communities as those policies change or as leadership changes. So that's another big thing. Oh yeah, go for it,
And
Anna.
as there's differences between the federal government and the state government of what they would like to see, and I think that's just really coming back to, if we know what you guys want, we can make that adapt. We can adapt that language to the language they need to hear.
Yeah.
But if we don't know what you want, then our directive is coming from an outside entity that we don't feel will appropriately speak to our community's needs and desires, and the language that you guys want to see that would be impactful for yourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's one of the big things that I'm hoping to work with Mother Lode Job Training, the Central Sierra Business Economic Development District. Thank you. Sorry, I'm usually pretty good at that. We are figuring out how to try to find alignment within our region. We've recognized that working regionally makes a lot of sense in our area. And so trying to find alignment regionally of how what is our role as resource conservation districts for being the voice and elevating the messages to local, state, and federal leadership, and being involved in developing those programs. And so some of our vision for the future, Anna mentioned that's a humongous piece of that, is policy influence. What is our position, like I said, to elevate those voices and be the catalyst to bring that together? The other piece is regional planning and coordination. We work with other resource conservation districts locally. We got a grant from the Department of Conservation to help bring together the voice, and we're going to be working on developing a natural working lands resiliency plan. And so through that, what we're hoping is to be bringing those voices to the table and trying to coalesce around what is our vision for the region, what are those gaps, what are the opportunities, so that we can be much more proactive in going out what we want, how we frame our programs we know we want to fit what the state's trying to give us, to fit what agencies are trying to give us. And I did the math the other day. I've written like $35 million worth of grants over the last 5 years. We've gotten like 33 million of it awarded in the region. Wow. So I'd like to say I'm fairly decent at writing grants, and it's really about creative writing. And so that's the thing. If we know, and we feel, I believe this really strongly, if we know what we need, we can then be in a really powerful place to make that story of why it makes sense to fund us. So that's really what we're hoping for.
And just to say is that I know that, no one raised their hand as a producer in this room. Everyone's coming from different entities, but if you're working with landowners, if you are a landowner, if you are providing services to landowners, you can, like, you're a resource to us as much as we would like to be a resource to you in trying to do some of that work that you're doing. And so, we're looking for partnership where people are interested in partnerships, so that we can really be like leveraging all these services that are existing in our community to have collective impact. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you're talking about broadband capacity and internet access, and those are, when most people think agriculture, they're not thinking of that as the resource that community would need. But I know I've lived in an area where we had the equivalent of dial-up internet trying to run, have rural industry, and you just cannot be competitive. You cannot scale out to get to a place that, like Justine's talking about, to be economically viable for yourself, right? So it's like, even no matter how fringe we think we are to one another, it's actually it's an integrated landscape. And as the RCD, being that grassroots, community-led, if people are engaging with our boards, if you're engaging with our staff, then we can truly be community-led and helping serve that integrated approach to the viability of our agricultural working landscape, as well as our like natural resources, viability and sustainability regionally.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the other pieces for our vision for the future, and this has been a running theme, I think, connective thread that I've heard a couple of some of my favorite words, but one that I learned from a rancher down in Slough House, California, when I was first starting, and his thing he would always bring back is agricultural viability. So Jay Schneider we got along famously, did not agree on pretty much anything, but ag viability is something that we would always talk about and get behind together. And so that really for me is one of the core lenses that I look through on what is how do we get to a future and check these off. Oh no, I'm talking way too much. Okay, I wanna, the other piece is community-led planning. That's another piece that we feel really strongly about, but I wanna hear from you guys. So either write on your card, or if you want to, since we only have 10 minutes left, if you wanna we can run through and answer those questions. So I'm gonna repeat them for you. What is one core value you believe is essential within agricultural and natural working landscape in the Central Sierra region? Do you guys have any what is your core value for agricultural and natural working land?
Strong, skilled workforce.
Love it. That's on brand. Yeah.
Good management procedures.
Good management procedures. Love it.
Access.
Food system?
For public use and access.
Right. Yeah, so when you say access, are you that's hugely broad and I actually love it. So access to foods, but also you're talking about the natural component of access to land.
The natural elements, the forest, the woods, making sure. So I guess I'm coming from, I live in one of those beautiful counties in California, but I can't access much of it.
Yeah.
Unless I'm driving over now.
And Frank, when you say management, would you say, when you're thinking that, do you think like best management practice implementation on the ground, or like management of an operation?
Management that incorporates conservation, protection of wildlife, but at the same time, fire safety, clear areas around the house, brushing, what have you, correct use of water, just the whole thing, because so much has changed over the years from what it was to where it is now. And yet if you go back many years ago with the Native Americans and how they took care of the land, you see what a great job they did. Yeah. But would that pass CARB certification now? Probably not. So how do you blend all that together in this new world and to make sure that you've got, like I have 5 acres, I want to make sure that property is managed correctly, and I'm moving more, as I've shared with you before, man, I'm moving toward grazing it off with goats to keep it fire safe. So now I got to figure out what the goats will eat and what they won't eat.
Yeah. Well, and I love that, just the whole thing. When I hear that from this perspective, I think holistic management, or what Anna mentioned is systems management. So that conversation of how do all those things work together. That's awesome.
I'm not well versed in this subject, but I would guess infrastructure, having the utilities, the power, the internet, the water, the roads to get,
I think that's huge. Like that was kind of what pulled up for me when you said access. My brain for access goes so many different ways, and that was one of like access to the infrastructure that actually is going to help, like that's crucial for your business. Yeah.
I think community centric. That's mainly because most of the places out here are small scale production, and we have to compete with the large scale production that happens elsewhere. And so if there's a strong community identity and purpose, is a way to sustain each other.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And that's one of the things the RCD is working on is what is our role to be that nexus? Because we don't want to be the ones leading it. We want to figure out like how do we don't even want to be the connective tissue. We just want to be the ones that say like, hey, what do you need and how can we foster that? Any other thing? Yeah.
I would echo what Frank said, but then also, I don't know if this is so much of a value, but just like the issue point of being able to keep our agricultural land agricultural and not have it split off to 10-acre farms or hunt farms or or large acre residential estates, that it actually stays intact and be able to provide those landowners with financial incentives to be able to do that.
Yeah, open space is a huge one. And another issue that we've talked about is even when, hobby farms and things happen, like when that happens, it's a reality in our rural counties, right? How do we help those people that are now the stewards of that land understand that that needs to be managed and what management means for them is another huge one. I'm going to jump to maybe the challenges, or no, I'll stick with the other one. When engaging with projects and programs for natural working lands, if you guys do, is there any significant way you can think that, like how you guys would like to see those things delivered to your communities? Maybe that you're not seeing now. All right, bust. We'll move on.
I think giving some examples of what we mean by that, which is like, right now we get a grant and we have to build out a project and then we deliver that project to the community. So in the case of California CDFA's, California Department of Food and Ag's Healthy Soils program, they've created a program. The way they've designated to deliver that program is to have technical assistance providers across the landscape go out and do outreach, and then we essentially solicit projects, we help design those projects, and then those get submitted, and then it's kind of fairly hands-off. Then it's on the producer to kind of, we can provide technical assistance in terms of helping identify the equipment that's needed, or contractors, suppliers, and things like that, but it's really on the producer to get that work done, which we know, and so here's the tricky thing, like they want it to be multi-practice projects. Do you know how hard it is just to take on one new practice and to have to navigate the resources you need to do it, the knowledge that you need to do it, to do the grant administration on top of it, and then you got to do it for 2 practices, right? And then they want that, some practices they want done every year, right? So just thinking about when we're talking about delivery and how some of these opportunities are made available to the community, what from people's experience in this room with interacting with program delivery to your communities, like what do you see that works and what do you see that doesn't work? Because in that scenario I could like list 3 things that I felt didn't work.
I think one is just knowledge of the benefit, I think is a big thing. With a lot of programs, and even just knowing that that program exists is the first step, right? As a veteran, there's many programs out there that can help me. I don't know about them. So that, I believe, can be shared with all other walks of life. Yeah. Farm workers, farmers, resource management people, whoever. Outreach, publicity of the programs is the first prime step that needs to be focused on, I think.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I work with the East Merced RCD, so I love what you guys are doing. I'm also a landowner in Tuolumne County. And for me, like you said, so access and education, like knowing what's out there, but also hearing the success stories of what worked and what my ROI might be. Yeah. Like, what is my return for a farmer versus just a private landowner? Like, and then what does it do in the community? How can I see the fruits of what you've done, coupled with what I've done, to then be like, hey, this worked. Let me go tell my other farm friends or landowners.
Love that.
It's a universal puzzle. I feel like in the foothills with the work that I do with workforce development and education, like the gentleman said up front, there's so many great things that are going on, but most people don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I still have people that don't know what Amador College Connect is, and it's been there for 12 years, Frank, you know, right?
Yeah.
You do what? You know, and it's an amazing program doing a lot of great things. So it's the same with the RCD, and I know with
We've been around since the 1950s.
You know, right? And
So.
RCD, what do you guys do?
Yeah.
You know, we hear the same thing. So, and I don't know what the solution is to it, but I know we all experience this both as organizational leaders and as community members. Like, oh, I had no idea that program, Healthy Soil program, the bat box, we do have the bat box through you guys. So that was one great thing that we got on our properties. And now we got bass, eagle, and mosquitoes that eat us up in the spring. So, so something about the outreach, you know, and again, I don't know what the solution is, but making sure that everybody knows those programs are available.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
just to speak to that real quick, because I said that there's two hands up, but to speak to that, which is that by hearing this amplified across voices, we can write that into our grant, that a significant portion of what we need to be able to deliver what they want in terms of implementation is outreach. Because frequently, the outreach is meant to just be for a period of solicitation, right? Which is like maybe a couple of months, one information session, and that's what we get. And so I know, because we're probably short on time, but can we get the two other perspectives?
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you though, right? We're over time by 1 minute right now. So,
Okay.
And our next thing is in 5 minutes we're gonna be doing a engagement activity over in the main room. The ag room will be closing at this point because everything's gonna be in the main room. But go ahead, be fast.
Yeah, I was going to say on the communication front, that's a problem in other certain fields essentially. In our region, there's no centralized communication source, which I've noticed to a lot of different people and groups in this program funding source. And so if there was a continued sustained way that people could go to a single location to get knowledge about when an event's happening, a workshop, outreach services, that wasn't tied to one grant, that continually got serviced and updated, and then other community programs can reach out to them like, hey, put this thing I'm having on the calendar for that thing. So if RCD could do a calendar that was online, that was perennially updated.
we are working on a resource guide, and I think figuring out how to tie it in with what's going on over here and not duplicating that effort as well. And then figuring out how to sustain it is huge. Yeah.
Greg, I saw you here.
Yes, I did, but we're almost out of time. I'll be very, 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 very brief, I hope. There's value in what you folks have to offer. And the problem is that people don't know, the majority of the people don't know the value that you're offering. But I mean, for instance, an awareness of, okay, we should know by now that the food system that we have, a large majority of it is junk food, it's crap. It doesn't do your body any good. I'm talking about fast food, highly processed food. So a program of awareness that you can have a small little garden in your area, whether it's container or directly in the soil. You can grow various vegetables that you use all the time. And with a certain amount of success, you have them right there, which means you're not hopping in the car to drive down to Timbuktu if you live in rural, as I do, to pick up vegetables you need for a salad or whatever else, and say to yourself, the cost of fuel, the wear and tear on the roads, the mileage associated with your car when you go to the insurance company. There's all these things that pull together that's associated with the quality of the ground that you have, whether it's in a pot or whether it's in the direct dirt.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, let's give Anna a round of applause.